I had to do most of the fucking panic shit last week, and I did feel like I deserve
Alright.
it. So we
Go.
we went to the temple, and we all looked cool, and it was like, huh, that's interesting. And then we went into the temple. Then we played with some dials. And Aldrin fucking ate it immediately. Good job, bird. And then Shade tried, and the Shade had to eat it willingly. And then it was just me, and I panicked, and uh it was questionable, like on if I was gonna make it through because it was on me. And but we did it, and and Shade and Baldwin smithed a lot of things, and we took how many months? It was like
Four?
several months doing
Four?
that. And D'Lo was off trying to find Alice, I guess, and never showed up. So that was good. And Baldwin went into a chamber and saw lots of things, and did not ask for a solution to the orc problem. So that was good. That was good job, Bird. Just you fucking aced it the whole way through. But that's okay. And then we got a ton of XP for destroying the temple. Um and then we came back home, and my uncle had the best idea of a fucking fight to the not death between Shadrock and Baldrin, because he has shiny new shit, and you should get your ass beat if you have a bunch of shiny new shit. So we're doing it. And I think that's
That
where
is
we
certainly
are.
a recap.
You have
Alright.
not gotten an Ivy recap in a long time. I felt like that was good.
So, at the end of a week, the fight is scheduled. Older. Can you roll me 1d100? You have +6 to. Well, turns out, based on the luck, Shadrach is not having a very good time.
That one on a D100 is beautiful.
Shadrach,
Never when I want it.
Shadrach is fucking out of practice. They need to go kill orcs. Really.
Apparently so.
Like, what the fuck? So, how many years are they just sitting at home?
Too many from looks of it. They are just getting decimated by
Their
Baldwin.
daughter isn't even there. Like, while their daughter was there, they were fucking away. Now their daughter left and they're at home.
So this entire fight is just Shadrach, one of the champions of the people. Most people here are cheering for them in particular, and you're just decimating.
And then Shadrach rages.
Even through the rage, they're just not able to actually keep up with Baldur. Baldurin is always able to move away, and then back into fight, and then away, and then back into fight, while Shadrach is constantly chasing them around. A lot of the crowd is not too pleased that Shadrach's getting beaten up by.
Yeah. I'm not too pleased.
Fortunately, the drugs that are being provided are making this a lot more enjoyable. Unfortunately, there was nearly a riot. Fortunately, there are paladins in the stand who are having none of that. After the almost riot is put to an end, the fight goes on and eventually concludes.
How much money do I make from me putting in a bet on Baldwin winning? Because he had low odds, right?
He had lower odds than Shadrach. Let me get that up. What was the amount of money put in?
James, did you hear any of what Ivy just said?
Nope, not.
Okay, I didn't think so. She put 1,000 electrum towards it.
$1,560 electrum prof in total. So that's including the 1,000 that she put in.
So a gain of 560.
Shade, you would have recognized that there is a new celestial in the stand.
Okay.
Hey, I'm good here
Do they look
again.
like a homicidal murderer?
Well, they look to be in probably their late 40s.
Oh, that's not very new.
Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Early 40s.
Oh. Okay, well, I guess I'll greet them because that's interesting. What's such an old celestial doing in our town? So, Shade. Ah, you are. You are. I've seen what Nathan Deus looks like. You are not.
Yes, I am. I'm just not the god.
Okay. Fair enough. You want to call yourself Nathan Deus? Yes.
That's my name. No, she actually kind of resembles Nathan Deus, albeit female.
So that's the name you had when you arrived? Interesting. Hmm. What have you been up?
Take it you're a celestial too?
Paragon is the correct word.
Fair enough. I've been looking for the guy in charge of a church around the. Saw that there was going to be a fight. Figured I might stay and watch.
Alright, and what you want?
Not much of a fight, but I'm fairly sure if that elf had have gotten their hands on that bird, they would have plucked their.
Right about that. Hmm. Well, What do you want with the head of the Umbral Ages?
I wanted to meet them. I kind of need to.
Quite ironic for Nathan dares to ask for our help, but fair enough.
The irony is not lost.
What do you need help with?
Oh, I would like to speak to them directly about.
Oh, then.
Sorry, it's kind of close to.
Well, let's go somewhere more private and speak to them directly. Take them
All right, they would follow.
to the church building into my office or something. Why not?
More adventure than
And open it.
everything.
Go around, sit at the desk. Come in. Yeah, that's why all the doors are so high. Mm-hmm. You're Celestial from a different plane. See. I haven't met many Celestials who arrived on another plane. What plane might that be?
Sorry, just looking. Material.
Have I heard anything about that? Okay.
In fact, you have specifically never heard of this plane.
I've looked into different planes. I've never come across that before.
From my understanding, it was only created somewhere in the neighborhood of 37 years ago, when Celestials first started coming to this.
Interesting.
It's been slowly collapsing ever since.
Oh, it's so new. What? Well, what's the threat to it and value of saving it rather than just moving people here?
There is a person on this plane called Archie Day.
Okay. Okay.
He is seeking to cast a spell. The spell is going to transfer people from that plane to here.
And how are you going to deal with all of the people in your plane being duplicates of people who are here? Gender swapped duplicates, I suppose. Gotta be a bit of a conundrum.
Oh, two of us cannot exist on the same plane at once. The weak one will die.
Interesting.
Fortunately, it appears that my duplicate is already.
Huh. Oh, that's certainly the rumor. So, what do I know about Nathan Dares being dead?
No one's seen or heard from him in almost 6.
But have I heard about? What about the tsunami incident where the whole church thing? Bit of a
It was believed that the Church of Deus stopped it, not specifically.
okay. Right. Okay. And on that plane of yours, is it just celestial duplicates or all sorts of?
No, there are variants of other people.
Well, so you looking for my help and potentially to sacrifice myself or members of my church should the duplicate be stronger.
Well, Archie is on this planet.
Archie is on I thought you were talking about an Archie on your plane.
They are from my plane. They're here. Apparently they've been here for a few.
What do I know about the real Archie this?
He's also been missing for 6 or so years.
Right, but he is. Oh, know that he's missing. Right. So what's fuck? Okay, so you have 2 people on this plane who don't have a duplicate. Essentially, you are the ones coming here responsible for them going missing. Since you can't exist on the same plane.
That is entirely possible.
Why do you think that I would want to help?
Well, this Archie is going to try and bring everyone from my plane here,
Right.
which is not good for the people here.
So you want me?
Or the people from my...
Wait, so you actually want me to stop Archie?
Yeah.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense, yes. Sorry, for some reason I thought that... so what you want to do, or you want me to do is you want me to save your plane so that you don't have to bring the people here. That's fair enough.
Actually, specifically, I'd like you to make sure that the people... that Archie's spell cannot ever be conducted. So for Archie's soul to be captured, destroyed, however you have to manage that, and their spell destroyed. I'm not sure on your plane of ethics or how things are done here. I just need them dealt with permanently.
That sounds a little extreme.
The lives of many lie in the balance.
Yes, but simply removing their reason to cast the spell should, solve the problem, isn't that right?
If you can do that, that would be...
Well, suppose I can't go to your plane, just in case there's another shade there. Why did you choose me?
Well, my original plan was to seek out the assistance of the Church of Deus here. They're not really strong-willed enough to deal with. It appears the Zarthix of this world has bent them to their...
Right. Do I know that in this world, Archie is Nathan's son? And in your world, you did not. Archie is not your son, your daughter.
They were my apprentice, but nothing more than...
See. Fair enough. There are a lot more powerful organizations and churches in the world rather than my own.
But you're a celestial, are you? Sorry, Paragon? Is that what you guys are called in this world?
That is
I could have sworn it was.
what I'm called in this country.
Alright, some sort of national title then?
I don't.
Very well, I'll
I
accept that.
don't exactly know how the Zarthix of your world is.
Dead. Very.
Ah, fair enough.
Much better.
Well, if you go and take a look at the rest of this plane, you will see that the Zarthix key isn't doing such a bad job.
Fair enough, yours could be substantially better.
The rest of this continent is in ruin anyway. Right. So, what do you know about the threat to your plane?
The plane of collapse? My god has told me bits and pieces.
Your plane is in pieces.
No, my god has told me bits and pieces
Bits and
about
pieces.
what's happening to me.
Okay.
From what they've told me, the more differences that occur between this plane and the other, the more unstable that plane becomes.
Right.
Apparently a domino fell 10, 15 years ago, and it's just been spiraling since.
That would seem so. And your god would be Rail?
They look confused.
Okay. Well, I don't know who your god Deus is on your plane. It's pretty much all the Deuses
Oh,
I know.
Deus isn't a god. Deus is just my last.
Ah. Alright, well, who do you follow then?
Very well, I am asking you for your help. I am a cleric of Allah.
I've heard some things about the Alice here, and if you don't.
I have heard some things about the founders of this world. They are quite horrid.
Yet you say it diverged 15 years ago, which means that the founders in the both worlds are quite horrid.
Not qu- The events in this world and the other were exact mirrors up until 15 years ago. And then things changed. They stopped mirroring each
So what you're saying is that quite tempting. Could bring Alice here for a visit. Never mind. Right. Events were mirrored. They're no longer mirrored. Do you know which event caused the unmirroring? By chance?
I do not.
Do I know any major events 15 years ago? Did I arrive 15 years ago?
Let
I
me
think a bit less.
No. You arrived 8 years ago. 9 now.
Yeah, alright. Well, that was before my time. Right. Now knowing. So if we stop Archie, what then? What happens to your world? If we kill Archie like you
Things
want?
continue to progress as they currently are.
Collapses? People die?
Eventually. But that's if we cannot solve it on our own. Archie is trying to make a choice for so many people that she has no right.
All right. We will. How strong is Archie?
I believe they have recently gained access to 9th level magic, though that was 6 years ago. I do not believe they've progressed much since,
A cleric?
as they've been focusing on gathering resources.
A
They are a cleric.
of?
They are a cleric of rail.
Ah. Whose rail is completely horrible.
Is yours?
I think you know the answer to that question.
She has been a nightmare to our world since before I even arrived. About 10 years before I arrived, he apparently.
That's different from what happened here, right? But I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know anything like that. She didn't really pop up in many history notes until year 20.
Okay.
Sorry, she popped up in Lorenz in year 20.
Well, still, I wouldn't really know for sure if Nathan or Rail arrived first. That's an inconsistency, but it's not 15 years ago either.
Is there any other information I can provide to be of any assistance?
Well, I suppose we can start by finding Archie and making sure they don't cast the spell. See where we go from there. You know any idea? You have any idea where they are? Any way to scry them?
Are they awarded from divination magic, though my divinity is quite limited here. My divine magic is quite limited here. We do have some information of where they're supposedly around. Towards the north end of this continent.
North end of this continent.
Yes. To the east of the Rose.
Rugen.
I don't know of Rugen, but if that is within that area, then it would be around.
Well, do I need Zasuke's permission to go there?
You're a noble, you're allowed to leave a nation without political approval. Sorry, noble.
Double checking the rules of what I can and cannot find them.
If you're looking for
No,
the
here we go.
5,
Orc skill on site. No financial manipulation. Offenses against the orcs. Banned from receiving blah. No church in the capital. Okay, I'm not banned from doing this. Okay. All right. Let me bring in my my adventuring party, and we'll discuss our next steps.
Do you have any members of your adventuring party who are not native to this?
I do.
Alright, any of them celestial?
They are not.
So you are the only member of your adventuring party who would have... Sorry. You are the only celestial member of your adventuring party who may have a doppelganger in our world.
Mm-hmm.
I can find out for sure if they do exist or if they don't exist, given a few weeks. How many members of your adventuring party are from this planet?
0.
Perfect. You are the only member of your party who would even have the chance of having a doppelganger.
Well, I suppose one of them is from a moon. Technically different plane, but also seems like not. I don't really get them.
You can go to.
Right.
Sorry, that just never occurred.
Does your world have, when it was created, did it have copies of people who were on the material plane originally? Was it created as a reverse copy of the material plane and then Celestials started arriving?
From what we know, I'm not sure. So we've come to the conclusion that our plane is likely the copy because ours is unstable. We don't have any magic or ability to detect back before Celestials arrive. It appears that it was created around the same time. As for the common folk, they're the same, they're just the opposite. There's also, if you go there, all the colours are different. Like, everything is wrong right now for me. I'm looking around, and everything is the wrong colour.
Okay, I see.
Everything's just wrong, and it's unpleasant. But it's how you guys do things.
Okay. Fair enough. You don't have green grass. Get it.
We have green grass.
Ah. But green is a different color.
They just point out the window. That's just not green.
Understandable. Different names for the colors. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Let me get my my friends in. I'm gonna just get Boldrin and Ivy in here so they can also ask questions. Get filled in on the
Boldrin,
situation.
would you and Ivy have gone celebrating right after?
I see would have.
I was gonna say, I think Ivy would have encouraged it.
Would either of you gone at?
Yes.
Not likely.
Alright, Ivy. Are you drinking proportionate to your size? Or are you drinking standard size?
Oh, standard.
Alright, make me 4 con saves for your first. Intoxicated.
So I clicked it once and then my screen is pure white right now. So
Foundry, I think, is reloading.
Yep.
So what you're saying is you failed that.
what I'm saying is the Foundry hates me.
She failed that save so hard that now Foundry is drunk.
Yep.
Alright, am I good to roll the remaining?
Yeah, that's fine. It's still pure white. Like Lucas can look at it. It's having a fucking fit.
Okay, you got 1 nat 20, but you need to spend an inspiration to get that nat.
Now,
Failure, success, success. Sorry. Failure, success, failure, failure.
Woo!
3 levels of intoxication. Are you resistant to any poisons?
Don't think so.
Alright, that just gives you advantage on these. Do you drink? Alderin, that pixie's not flying too.
That's why I'm not drinking. Someone's got to get that pixie home.
I absolutely have no idea there's anything going on, so I absolutely would be living it up. I would be like flying, but I'd be like leaning incredibly heavy on Baldwin's shoulder. I'd be like, and then you threw that one punch. Oh my god. It was so good.
Success, failure. So 4 levels of intoxication. And this is when a paladin would come in, collecting and asking you to come with them to see.
Oh, goody. And then I would just...
I put my feet on the paladin's shoulders and I go, giddy up, horsey!
They just sigh and say, nah.
Oh, that makes me happy.
Shade pays them enough to put up with this normal.
Can Shade pay me enough to put up with this nonsense?
No.
It's worth
It's
a shot.
cleric levels for that.
Alright. Do you both follow to the paladin to...
Well, she's riding the paladin, so I guess I'll follow.
Alright. The paladin leads you to Shade's. The paladin carefully picks up Ivy off his shoulders, places them on the table, turns and...
Thank you.
You're good, horsey. Hi, Shade.
Want a greater restoration yourself?
Do I gotta?
Well,
Okay, and I
you're
like. And
not
I
likely
great
to remember
restoration.
much if you don't.
Well, I'm fine. I'm fine. But fine. And I would greater restoration myself.
Is this while Nathan is still in the room?
Yep.
She stands up and holds out her hand to shake Baldwin.
I will shake your hand.
And then after Ivy's done that, they are going to hold out their hand to shake.
Technically, that's illegal here.
Oh. Sorry.
I mean,
They take their hand.
I don't mean anything by it, but you know, our Zarthex made sure that that was illegal. Yeah. But
It's
nice to
illegal
meet
to
you.
shake people's hand.
Is
Is there some sort of reason behind?
Had some problems with Cursed people getting sent in and spreading it through handshakes. Game illegal.
Alright, I apologize.
It got fixed very quickly.
I like do a little bow instead. I'm like, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So,
My name is Nathan.
not that Nathan Deus.
Alright. Any relation?
The short story is
Come.
there is another plane where there's a bunch of gender swap copies. People from this plane and Celestials from this plane. Celestials from any plane. Not sure.
That's interesting.
They're also completely reversed. We don't yet know if there's a shade on their plane, but if there is, I imagine he's an orc war chief or something.
I take it you don't like.
No. Although, are orcs really nice on your plane?
Not really.
Well, that's weird. Shouldn't they be the nicest people ever? Because on this plane, they're not even people.
Never really thought about that before, but yeah, it should. That's weird.
Well, but
When
that's
did the
if
orcs arrive on your plane? Would you know? Or were they there from the start?
They were there before my time, but I assume they were there from the start.
Well, why don't we check? Because
I've not really had many dealings with orcs, but I can look into.
if they were there from they could not be there from the start because they would be swapped. Most likely. I'm assuming perhaps
I will certainly look into that for.
that might be the thing that coincidentally went different. Do look into it, please. And look into if it's safe for me to come. We'll try to chat with Archie, with your Archie. So, how kind of person is
How
Archie?
secure are your items? Do you get your stuff stolen very often?
No.
Good. They're going to take out this triangular prison.
Okay.
This is an anchoring point to our plane. You can use plane shift with this, and it will send you.
Thank you. Don't think I'd do it before I know if it's safe, though.
That's fine. I just plan to use banishment to restore my.
Okay. Fair enough. Right. So we should look forward to hearing from you in a few weeks.
Indeed. Do you have any other questions or anything?
What kind of person is Archie?
They are deceitful, cruel, monstrous. They will lie and manipulate people to get what they want.
Doesn't sound like the kind of person who'd want to save all their people, sending them somewhere.
They're likely getting something out of it from someone.
Well,
That or they wish to rule after all of them are destroyed.
all of them are destroyed.
They've always desired to become a god themselves.
That sounds like a good person to
They
have as an apprentice.
they expect for Rail to not make it.
They plan to try and claim the power from Rail themselves.
That's common knowledge.
Kinda.
And Rail is fine with it.
They anticipate the challenge.
Anyway, it's good to know. I suppose won't be. Now wait a second. Then why are you so much like a nice person?
I'm not a nice. I'm quite selfish.
Okay, well that makes a lot of sense.
I just don't want my people killed.
What are you getting out of it?
Not dying. Well, my friend's not dying.
That is something Nathan would do. How long ago did you say you arrived?
I believe I arrived about 4 months ago. I had to travel from the desert here.
I mean, to your plane. The
Oh,
Celestial.
I arrived in year 17, so that was 21 years ago. 19 years ago? Fair.
Can I roll some insights?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
Yeah, I've got much
Sure.
insight.
What would you like to?
In general, because they seem to be not the opposite of Nathan, and I want to, like, their different statements, figure out like which ones are more genuine, which ones, if there's any statements that don't seem genuine.
Yeah, I just wanted to like insight on if they're like intentionally hiding anything or like not be genuine about like their motivations. Uh,
Roll your insight check.
I don't know if it rolled or not. I went to do it and then my
It did.
foundry restarted again.
It was not a D20.
No. They don't seem heavily invested in the actual saving of the people. In fact, they don't seem heavily invested in you guys actually stopping Archie or anything. They seem to be here out of someone telling them to do it, rather than anything.
Well, do you have any item of archies that we can use to scry them?
Yeah. It's not been theirs for a long time, but it did originally belong to... They're going to bring out a sword. It's got the same black crystal blade as their arm. This was their first blade. They tried to use it against me, and I took it.
Have a name? No.
Oh, it's not magical.
No.
It's their first.
A bit much for a first sword. Usually, first sword is just metal.
Well, this is just black iron crystal.
Right. Of course. Okay.
Alright. Anything else?
Do you guys have any questions?
I don't really have any questions.
It is also worth me mentioning, Shade, that you cannot actually sense this creature.
Fair enough.
Very well. Then this will be goodbye for now. I shall be seeing you, or contacting you in a couple weeks. And then they turn and leave the office.
Don't have a very good feeling about this. But sort me out.
So what's the plan?
Well, we probably should prepare better for when they come back with information. See if we can locate Sachi person. They have to say. Story just doesn't quite add up. Everything's the polar opposite, but not quite.
I am just having like foundry is just like not fucking low
Have you tried turning it off and on?
several times.
The computer or just...
Just foundry. You would know if I turned my computer on and off. It would take me about 10 fucking minutes to get back.
Right. But
doubt it. I mean, I can log off. I just
You can log. Wait, you can log off? Seriously? I don't think I've ever seen you without that thing on.
actually it was off for a good week, like couple weeks. It's just on Fridays. It's our raid night.
Right. So I guess I'll try scrying. 9th level.
Didn't the Nathan that you just talked to say that Archie was immune to divination magic?
That he was protected.
Okay,
Actions tend to get overcome by high level magic.
fair enough. Carry on.
Alright. The non-detection prevents the That's why they are no longer on the same plane.
Well, I certainly can't scry him. Either of you, well, maybe have you reached the 10th level yet?
Yeah, you have to take the time to go train, get
Oh,
that, and we have not had the time.
makes sense.
Yeah, it'd take us over a year to get there.
Well, suppose we could
To be
snoop
fair, it
around,
could be
ask
could
some
be less
questions.
than the Feywild, but
Yeah, or it
But
could be more.
last time I went to the Feywild didn't turn out that well, did it?
last time I went, I mean, the last time we were actually there, she was quite pleased with us.
Anyway, I guess I could ask around and take a look at the cities that were mentioned. Take a look at what state they're in. Ask around there. And hurt. But nothing comes up. We'll just have to wait for them to get back.
Um, I was having computer issues, so can I just say, like, I would have asked about Yali at least. If there was a copy of Yali, just in case you
They
rope
have
her
no
in.
idea. They've never met someone by that name before.
Well,
But they can check.
yeah, it was just like if Yali was gonna help us, wouldn't
Do you know what Yarly's last name?
Yali
it, I don't
is
think
Yali from
we
this
ever
plane
asked.
even?
Yarly is not from this.
Then it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. Well, because she made it sound like she was born on this plane. Like, I don't know. Like, wasn't her mom a native? I don't know how it works.
Her mother is native to this. Oh, where is Yarly? Oh, Yarly is native to the material.
Yeah.
Right. And they don't have a last name. That's incredibly helpful. They're going to have a bit of trouble trying to locate someone like. But they will make an.
I mean, it might end up being for nothing, but at least have the option of trying to rope her in to help.
So what's the
So we're just gonna save a plane, huh?
Well, hard to say. But if the orcs really did get there 15 years ago and they are the cause of this whole conundrum, I see no reason not to kill them.
Didn't they say that the orcs were there before them?
Yes, but they were going to go find out exactly when the orcs.
what's the plan for the next few weeks?
I'll spend a week, maybe check the cities on the east of the Rosewood Forest. See what state they're in. Ask around if anyone. Well, I mean, I don't know much about how to even to ask about this Archie because everybody was gonna think about it's the other Archie. So, I don't know how I would find them.
Can I get a charisma investigation check from you? What is everyone else doing while he's doing?
What does it take? Like, does it take anything special to epic level? The extra time, or is there
Huh?
more to it?
Extra.
All right, I'd mostly be doing that.
Might as well get started.
My proficiency bonus is wrong. I'm just gonna fix it. Try to fix it. You know what? What the level fix doesn't work. What key should I use for it?
Level fix.
Yeah, like the level 15, my proficiency is +9, which is clearly wrong. So I'm just gonna get proper proficiency on not 15, but what is it? 5?
At this stage, it's level 15.
Yeah. Lucky
I assume you're lucky.
sorcery point. I'm the fuck on. Okay, I'll take the 28.
Okay,
Great.
at least that's average.
I don't know what I'm gonna do when you take all of this away from me. Because I can't roll to save my life. Like, I literally need 3 rolls to get average. Every single time.
Well, you could be the monk and fucking roll 2 ones.
Loading.
Yeah.
So, you haven't come across anyone by the name of Archie, but you have heard several people mention that there was someone by the name of.
And were they female and gathering spell components?
Female vampire, yeah.
Oh, perfect. Well,
They don't know anything about gathering spell components.
let's try to find Chi the vampire.
So, you're going to be getting a sending.
Right.
Hello, Shade. This is Nathan Deus. I'm informing you that your doppelganger is in fact alive. Would you like them to be slain? They are not good, would be sent as a separate.
Big choice to make, but yeah. If they're not good, I wouldn't see a reason to keep them around, would I?
Alright?
And if they were good, they could have just slayed him without asking me, so slayed her without asking me, so. Although, the difficulty here is that, like, I know nothing about this plane. I don't know how.
Yep, there's not any information contained in any books. In fact, this is the first time you've encountered any information regarding this.
All right, I'm gonna ask them to hold off until we're actually going there.
Sure.
Right. Don't want to cause more imbalance if it's not needed. Would I be able to find the chief?
Sorry, can you repeat
So
that
would I
last?
be able to find Chi?
Make me another investigation.
Charisma? Understand, it better be better. I can't. Sorcery point. Ah! 27.
Alright. You're able to track down their location.
Okay. Go and have a chat.
So, they appear to be hiding in this cave temple. It's quite small. It appears to only have been constructed sometime in the past couple years.
Does it look like a temple to Rail? Okay, sure. Is there any religious symbols there?
Not really. It just looks like some sort of hide.
Okay, so not necessarily a temple. Okay, can I sense the vampire? Although I couldn't sense the other Nathan.
You cannot. You also cannot detect any magic in this area.
Okay, can I?
Not even the ambient magic.
Huh. Can I cast a cantrip? Okay.
You've got detect magic running 24/7.
I mean, when I go somewhere it's dangerous, yeah.
Yeah. So you can see your magic, but you cannot detect it or see.
So because divination's blocked, of course. Well, there's something that doesn't get blocked by divination, divine sense.
What is the range on divine?
It is 30 or 60, and I can use it 14 times.
So from outside, you cannot sense a vampire.
Alright, we'll go in.
As you enter, do you use it?
Yeah.
You can sense the vampire upstairs.
Just one?
Yep.
Okay. I'll head upstairs. Actually, I'm gonna say hello, Chi. I'm here for a chat. I'm not gonna go fucking trigger all their traps. That's silly.
Alright, they yell back, I'll be down in a moment.
Thank you.
What a polite room.
Use another divine sense to check that they haven't ran away yet.
They have
They come down.
this is what a paladin. You're not gonna smite me, are you?
Why? Are you an orc?
They show you their thing.
I don't give a shit.
I only eat people who are okay with it, and I don't kill any.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. It's a bit confused. I guess, yeah, I suppose some paladins those are poorly constructed in my humble opinion. Mine doesn't really compel me to smite anyone who's not abusing other people. Right.
How do you find me? I'm warded against divination.
Your well, wasn't extremely easy, but you have been visiting the towns.
It appears that that idea did not occur to them.
It was good, at least. It was good to change your name, but maybe if you change your name to something a bit more different. I'm assuming Archie.
Yep, I'm Art.
Wow.
People of this world tend to call me Chivo to not get me confused.
Right. You're
Can I help you with something?
yeah. So listen, I've recently learned about your world, and what you currently are telling me doesn't necessarily align with what your former teacher told me. So before proceeding any,
Which teacher?
your Nathan.
Yeah,
And
really should have killed.
would you mind with Zone of Truth this conversation just to?
Sure, but it won't
It doesn't affect vampires, or is it?
warded against.
You personally, we can't like go somewhere. Well, that's no good. Because if both of you are just gonna tell me conflicting stories, how am I supposed to figure out which one is telling the truth? Anyway, tell me your story.
Sure.
Why does Nathan want you dead so much?
Oh, I tried to kill.
Yeah, I got that, but is it just revenge?
I'm not quite sure on that actually myself. So, starting with the start of my story. I was born to a small town. Grew up there. Then Celestials arrived. A group of 2 came to the city. Nathan was one of them, and they moved in. Within a few months, they had taken over politically, using their power to show off their status. I eventually became Nathan's apprentice, along with a couple of they didn't make. She is quite a tough. Anyway, after surviving that whole ordeal, she was pretty much ready to just abandon the town at the first real issue, and I tried to kill them over.
That makes a lot more sense. Regarding Nathan, that is. How long ago was this?
18 years ago.
Up. Right. So, you tried to kill Nathan. Nathan doesn't like you. I understand. Nathan's not one to save his friends and help people. That makes sense.
He'll save his friends, but he will pretty much only save his. If he doesn't care about you, you're pretty much screwed.
Okay.
Innocent bystanders.
Okay. And what about the story that?
Main difference, in my opinion, between the Nathan of this world and the Nathan of that one:
Mhm.
selfishness. One here is apparently selfless, the other guy is incredibly selfish.
Right. So the selfish guy comes to me, tells me that he wants you dead and that your world's falling apart.
Well, he's half right. The world is indeed falling.
And what are you doing about it?
I'm looking to transfer all of people to.
Would that not kill a bunch of people in the process?
Kinda, yeah.
You okay with that?
The spell only targets the good aligned people from my.
Means that
Only the bad people here.
are you sure that all the people in your world are actually going to be more powerful?
Well, that's the purpose of a. It shifts the balance in that. You'd have to be really weak in order for it to not.
Okay. So you shift the good aligned people from that world to this world. The stronger good aligned people will replace the weaker evil aligned people. Here we get more good aligned people. Good theory. Doesn't add up. Sounds like something Archie of this world would do.
Well, what would you have me do? Let everyone.
Not saying let everyone die. I just want to know what the true reason is, because if your story doesn't add up just as much as Nathan's story doesn't add up, I got nothing to go on. What's your difference between yourself and the Archie? Yeah. Why?
My world sucks. It's terrible. I mean, things aren't great here. Things keep flying. It's really not good. But, on the plus side, because of the mass starvation that occurred, there's a bunch less people who need to die because of the
It's true. Hmm. Can I make some sort of assessment on how reasonable this is to be the opposite of what Archie would do? I even make an educated guess on that.
Make me a religion check with disadvantage.
You're giving me disadvantage. Great. Oh, there we go. I just needed disadvantage.
Archie would never really sacrifice the lives of the many for the lives of the few.
But he's not sacrificing the
Sorry,
lives of
the lives of the few for the lives of the many.
Okay. Okay, so basically this guy's so they not necessarily have to be opposites in alignment. They just have to be opposite. Well, this seems like your theory is a little off because both you and the old Archie here seem to be good aligned in a way.
I wouldn't call myself good.
What do you call yourself?
Well, I've killed a lot of people to get to. I guess you're trying to figure out the differences between the people of this world and the people of my world.
Trying to.
If so, there's two differences that I've been able to figure. Firstly, everyone from my world is obviously the opposite gender.
Mm.
Secondly, there is one core personality chunk, a defining characteristic that is usually the exact opposite.
Uh-huh.
Archie of this world would risk his life to save everyone, and he would pretty much not try to risk anyone's life. I'm more than happy to let a couple people die so that I can save.
Okay. What else are you getting out of it? Getting it out of the. If you say you're not good, you mean you're not doing it out of the goodness of your heart.
No. But my world is dying. And I live.
You now live here.
But my friends and allies aren't here.
And they're all good.
Some of them are, some of them. The ones that aren't are powerful enough to pull themselves. The ones that are, well, the spell will help.
And have you considered fixing your world instead?
Stopping the plane from climbing.
Yeah.
There was a group who tried to do that. Didn't work out so well.
Well, what happened?
No, they just vanished.
Do you know what they tried?
That was 7-8 years ago.
Do I know any notable events 7-8 years ago?
on this play.
29. Any idea what they tried?
No,
Right.
but if the ones who took down the founders couldn't stop it,
Took down the founders. When your founder's supposed to be good. Why did somebody take them down?
have I not made it clear that my world is a shit?
Okay. It's just confusing. They like go after the good and then they go and they try to save the world. Although the fact that they disappeared might mean that they just fucked off. Would make sense. It's a bit like what the founders of
It's
this
possible,
world
but I
did.
doubt.
They, as soon as everything went to shit, they fucked off. Okay. Is it possible for me to inspect the spell you're working on?
Hmm.
Yes.
I'd personally rather if you didn't, but there might be a condition or so that might allow me to allow you to. Let me. Do you know how to make magical deals?
I have made magical deals before.
But do you know how to create?
The contract.
Yeah, but do you have the magic to produce them yourself, or do you have to go to?
I'd have some contracts on me actually. Because I might because I bought a
Right, you got
bunch.
the blank ones from Volpes, didn't
Yeah. I was
you? Cool.
getting a bunch of contracts for like the warlocks as well, and they cheap as dirt for me, so I'll probably have spare.
Alright. So, I'd like the first condition to be that you will not interfere with the.
That defeats the purpose of me seeing the spell. If the reason,
Not.
yes, it does. Why do you think I want to see the spell?
Well, if you want to see it so that you can interfere with it, then no, you cannot.
I want to see it to know if you're saying the truth or not.
But I could just show you a fake. Or one of the other iterations. How do you know that it's the.
It's expecting to see a lot of work product and research notes and iterations that I could look through, and faking a huge material file would be problematic. Huh? Especially if you didn't have time to prepare. Could have faked it if you knew I was coming.
Still, I don't want to show you if you're going to interfere.
Okay, so how do you propose that I believe you that the spell is gonna do what you say it's gonna do?
I don't really particularly care if you believe me.
But you don't want me to interfere. Well, why don't you ask something about me?
No offense, I don't really care about you.
But you don't want me to interfere, which means you care
Yeah,
about
because
me.
then I'll have to kill.
Wouldn't be the first one who tried.
No, but I probably would be the
I
Again, I'm
fought a
not trying to pick a
demon
fight here. I
prince.
just... Okay, I killed a...
God. Gods come in different levels.
So do Demon Prince.
Not this one.
Good for you. So, we done measuring our dicks, or... You gonna...
Not gonna leave. Because if I leave, you're pretty much leaving me no choice but to interfere with your spell. I don't want to do that if what you're saying is true.
You've got plenty of choice right now.
Yeah?
I've offered you
Well,
plenty of evidence.
but like what
Now you can
evidence?
either believe Nathan Deus, of all people, or you can believe...
From what I can tell, both of you could well be lying, since you're supposed to be opposite. But if you're not that opposite,
And why is it your place to interfere?
because by doing this, you would be killing my friends and allies potentially. Why do you think you have the right to save
Fair
your
point.
friends and allies and I don't?
Fair point. They suck. Alright, I'll go get... But please don't damage the scroll.
Okay. I promise I will not damage the scroll.
They leave the... Alright, how long would you like to...
I'll divine sense after a minute.
After a minute, you can still send...
Okay, I'll wait a couple more.
Okay, when would you like to divine send...
More minutes.
Okay, you can still send... They've just been in the same...
Sorry, is the scroll nailed down to the table or something?
No, but everything's connected in here. I'm just attaching...
Okay, and would not be easier for me to come and take a look?
Not really.
Okay. Can I roll insight to see if he's trying to fuck me? Go, 24.
You've got a bad feeling.
Alright, our chief. Not waiting like this any longer. If you don't come down, I'm coming up.
Alright, I'm coming down.
Yeah.
Just give me a moment.
No, now. That's protection from evil and good on myself. That ward.
You head up,
Yep.
get to the top of the stairs, and you can see it. It appears to have two
Open up.
Hold up.
Stop stalling for time. It's not helping your case. Open up or I'm leaving.
This thing's complicated. Could blow up the whole.
Can I get another insight to see if it's stalling for time?
Sure.
Alt inspiration.
They are indeed stalling.
Okay. Is sending divination?
Sending is even.
I. Conjuration isn't blocked here. I'm gonna sending Ivy and ask them if Baldrin's with them and where they are.
I assume we'd be training in his. So we'd probably be by each other, yeah.
Okay, I teleport to them and say it's go time. Archie's
Roll 1d1.
trying to fuck us. Me. And
Oh shit.
then I teleport us all back
Yep,
there. And I teleport us all back there.
Okay, so you're running into town to get.
I sending them to go to the gate as I.
Ivy and Baldwin, are you both going to dash toward.
Sure.
Yeah,
What is your movement?
70.
Baldrin should carry
85.
Ivy. Oh, should carry Ivy. Baldrin can double dash as well.
I get
So that'd be.
on Baldwin's shoulders and I go, giddy up, horsey.
So that'd be 8 rounds for you, Baldwin, to get you both.
Okay, and as they get there, I teleport us all back.
Okay, roll 1d100. More 11 or lower.
And
You appear.
bust through the Baldrin, smash. The door.
Baldwin, roll to hit. Come on, double.
Oh, you don't have to tell me Baldrin smashed twice.
So the door splinters, and you can see that his hand is impacted on an invisible wall of fire.
Flip through the book.
As his fist went right.
Flip through the book. Grab disintegrate. Cast disintegrate.
And that is round 4. You see into the room as they vanish.
Count a spell.
What do you count?
Whatever they cast.
They don't cast anything. They use teleportation.
Where the fuck did they get teleportation dust?
You can thank Vulpes.
So what did we miss?
Well,
Inside of that room, you can see these green turquoise creatures hanging. They've all got tubes running into. There is probably upwards of 80 of them in here.
Never seen them before, right?
It looks like a substantial portion of them were left.
at least we delayed them, I suppose. And wherever they are now, they are no longer guarded by divination block, I assume. So let's not waste too much time. I'm gonna get out of this place and scry them.
It appears they are still warded from
Even at 9th level,
even at 9th.
so it's not just the location. Or is the location no longer warded?
The location here is still.
Well, let's take a look what they have here.
So, Shade, you would have seen these creatures in your study notes. These are night.
Alive? How many?
80.
80 Nightar?
Yep.
In test tubes?
All hanging from the ceiling.
Holy shit.
It looks like that there was another 40 of them.
He managed to collect 40 in 40 rounds?
That entire section was within the cylinder that was teleported.
Fucking big. How much fucking dust did he need to do that?
40.
What about all the non-biological stuff?
What are Nightar?
As you know, the non-biological stuff counts separately.
Yeah, the non-biological stuff.
So 40 Nightar is 40 pounds, and then all the other stuff that he teleported. The whole section, because he didn't detach them.
Yeah, they just teleported the night. That was the only thing that they needed.
How-
They put the scroll and stuff away before they came down to.
How can they teleport the Nightar if they're putting it around a bunch of shit, including the Night? How can they target
Because this whole
what will take
this whole section was designed for that.
teleport
This was
away?
their emergency go back. There was their excess supply, and then there was their 40 pounds, which they needed to actually get going. If they had more teleportation dust, they would have prepared this entire place to take all. But Volpes only gave them 45 pounds, I believe.
Let's even give them any.
As for Nightara, can I get a nature check from Bolduran and
Look at me! I did so good. If I lucky it, like, will I get the 19 at least?
Lucky's a
All right, fuck it. I can't really do worse than
It's okay. It's not.
5.
You don't have to find out
I
what a knight.
mean,
That's not a role that you need to succeed on, considering Boldrin can tell you,
well,
and I can tell you.
Waldron, you do know what a knight.
what are these fucking things?
They're druidic primal creatures that are incredibly potent in terms. Apparently, Celestials exterminated them like 30 years.
That's a lot of them for for an exterminated thing. That's a lot.
So how bad are they feeling right now? Like, are they? Describe.
There are tubes. So there are 3 tubes running into each. They are all hanging upside down, and there is a small drizzle coming out of one of the tubes. It appears to be.
Are they?
Can we check if they're like?
Sorry, one at a time.
Oh,
Ivy,
right.
what we?
I was just gonna say, are they like, like intelligent? Like, if I heal one, will it be able to talk to us?
Baldrin, you think that they're intelligent. Ivy, you're not quite sure.
Yeah, I would be asking the room.
I
Yes,
think they are.
they are intelligent.
Want me
The
to heal
issue
one up?
is we should probably quote unquote rescue them. But there is no way we can let anybody know about them. If anyone
Are
finds
they?
out, they're going to hunt them. Can we figure out if these knights are from our plane or from that plane?
What would that be? You don't really have a good way of detecting that at this.
Okay. Can we try? Can I try? We try to detach one and heal them up. Okay. Let's do that.
Do either of you have the heal spell? I assume
Yeah.
that fixes them.
Hello.
What language are you speaking?
Celestial? Human?
If that doesn't work, I'll
Tongues?
just talk to him.
Yeah.
Can anyone here speak?
Kinda.
Well, you don't
I can
count Bolton, just speak anything.
Okay, Baldrin, you can speak to these. They seem confused. They're not sure where they're. They're looking at their body and
Ask them. Well, I'm gonna just cast tongues. Also talk to them. Do you remember? What do you remember?
Tongues is
Fuck. Fine, Baldwin
I'll be
translate.
translator. What do you remember?
It was small with mother and father. We were at this creature looks to be in their 30s or 40s.
So apparently they were attacked when they were quite small. It's about the only thing they remember.
Okay, can we look for an older one and detach them and heal them up?
The oldest one appears to be about 40.
Okay, let's do that. That should be good enough.
They would have quite a similar response.
They were attacked.
While they're with their family. Some of their family fought these creatures at a time.
Can either of them tell us what the
Potentially
creatures
children.
that attacked look like?
Like you people, but different.
How different?
They point to shade, those eyes.
His eyes? And their color. Are the colors different?
No.
Colors are the same? They're from this world.
Does Shade have
I'm gonna sending Juliana.
Do celestials from different worlds have different color eyes or something?
I'm asking about the colors of everything. The color of the floor.
They're verifying that the floor is the same color as what you would expect.
Yep, so they're from this world. I'm gonna sending Juliana and ask them. Tell them that. Well, ask them if we have any underground, secret underground facility prepared.
Actually, yes. Why?
We have something that needs to be kept as a big secret, bigger than the Deus Vault.
Okay. That's concerning. Sure. I'll let Cal know.
Oh, I can't let Kalno see this. Gonna make drugs out of them. Okay. And
Side note: how pleased was Calno after that arena fight?
Very.
well, Kalno, time for you to repay the offer. The not the offer, the favor. Okay. Well, we are going to take you to a safer place, but we
Can you take me back to mother and father?
afraid that I'm not sure I'll be able to find your mother and father. Been a very long time.
They look very sad like that, almost like they're a child in terms of their.
I can promise that at that point to the others will not happen to you.
we know they're speaking Goblin, right?
If you can speak Goblin, then yes. If not, then you're not familiar with the language.
No, I'm just like I would ask, and it's
I
like
so I do not know what languages they are speaking when they're speaking. I can just understand them.
okay, like
Um,
I would just ask like your mom and dad aren't in the room, and like I would show
yes,
them the
show the
room.
child the rags of.
Oh, what else are we supposed to do?
No, we verified that they're all children here. Because the oldest
Oh.
one had also had a memory. Okay. We Juliana says we have a place to house them, but this has to be the biggest kept secret. It's not. If anybody finds out, they're just gonna do the same.
Shade, can you roll me a prey?
I know. I don't give. I don't give a shit. I'll take disadvantage.
Okay. These things are worth some amount.
I know. I don't care.
We're not going into the inhuman trafficking field. Sorry.
It's that would require an oath break, and I'm keeping away from that. Okay, let's let's figure out how we're gonna smuggle them into Haven.
Round 2 with Shadrach. Distract literally everyone.
Probably not sure. That
It's
would
not the worst idea you've ever
not the
had.
worst idea, but those who it would be. On the other hand, it would stand out that during an event something's happening. I'm thinking just freight goods.
So we are going into inhuman trafficking. Just
Yes.
just just for a
Yes,
different reason.
And we're going to lock them up in the cave. Kalna's a specialist at locking up children in pits. He'll know what to do.
Out of the frying pan for the fire.
It'll be better.
Out of the
Yeah.
fire into the frying pan. Got it.
Where else are we supposed to take them?
Beats.
Like, I don't know. Call up
I don't know of a single good place to take these
vecna
creatures.
and ask them if he wants to take care of them.
Well,
Hand them over to Zell.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Vecna. Are you interested in 80 like children that are also like going to be hunted indefinitely?
Shade, I expected better of you. Why'd you go pull a cow?
What do you mean I pull a Kalna? Where the fuck else? Okay, there's a difference between kidnapping people and putting them in a poop pit and saving a fucking endangered species and setting them up to be educated, okay?
do these things exist in the Feywild?
Don't fucking exist anywhere. And you can't take
The
them
80
anywhere.
in this room are 80 of the 120
No,
that we know are left in
yes,
existence.
well, there might be a bit more, but like similar situation. How much does Vulpes? How much Nita did he give Vulpes for the powder? And where did he get all the Nita anyway?
Those are very good.
Okay.
The reason I ask is because, like, I have a family farm on the Feywild. I don't know if they can support 80,
No,
but
that's
at
not
least
that's not the issue, Ivy. If you can't put them out in the open until they can defend themselves,
right.
and
But
you
my
can't put
farm's
them out in.
isolated.
It doesn't matter. There's people hunting for them. Like one of these is probably worth more money than you ever seen.
Baldurin and Ivy, do you know about their blood?
I doubt
No.
it.
So they bleed magic.
That's what they were using them for, like a magic battery. Probably to do their ridiculous spell. Hopefully, at least this will slow them down substantially. Do I see? But I would have seen that they use teleportation dust, right? Okay, what? Now I know that there's a Vulpes up there, and there was a V6 going around, right? And that stopped
Yep,
coming.
but you've not seen V6 since your 30.
Yeah, but I've also deduced that V6 was fake. And I haven't seen any other Vulpi.
When did you deduce that they were fake?
When they responded to me like V2, V4 would.
And from that, you assumed that they were a fake Vulpes.
I knew that they were not a Vulp, that something was up with them, yes. Because they were not V6. And why would V4, who's not even here, who's like in the fucking god plane, be pretending to be V6 and be here? And then they ran away, which doesn't make it any less suspicious.
Well, they were also in a rush at the time.
Not the first time they were on a rush. Regardless, even if I tried to contact them, I couldn't because they're not really V6. Right, what to do though? Anyway, is there any research notes left? can just scout this for anything that he didn't take with him.
Sure. So there is a thieving chamber, which appears to have some sort of ground up magical food. There is a list of locations,
Okay, can I get the list?
these being the cities along the nearby that you were able to track them down
Okay.
from, and then a list of things that each city sells that they go there for.
Okay. Can I have that? Or maybe later, I don't know if I need it now. Might need it now. Might help figure out where they, like, what they're going.
And can I get an intelligence investigation?
Friends help me as well.
Intelligence investigation.
Mhm.
Okay, Shade and all three of you're able to find this magical.
A open sesame.
Alright. It leads out through a tree. The tree appears to be quite damp. In fact, it's only the base of the tree, which is where the door is, that's still in.
Okay.
Nearby, the trees are quite.
Is it just the outside here, or is it the far location? Okay. What can I figure out? Can we try to figure out what the location is? Magical forest. Former magical forest. Okay, interesting. And does it say anything in his notes on why he needed the door to the magical forest? There any tracks coming out, going out that door and going somewhere?
Does it look like the damage came from the tsunami?
It looks like the area has been slowly recovered. Right. As for then, there wouldn't be any mention of a door or its.
Okay. Can like the list of ingredients they need. That's probably it. So does that like the only clue to what they were doing we're able to find? And nothing to do with the spell left here?
Began to. They are the resource.
I would like, you guys need me holler. I'm gonna start disconnecting all of the Nightar.
Yeah.
You do need to cast a heal spell each time you disconnect them, or they will start to.
We don't have that many heal spells to take them all down immediately.
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
No, what I mean is, as you unplug
Yeah.
them, that's when they start.
Yes, exactly. That's why I said we can't disconnect them all at the same. Can get my. None of my clerics have that. It's gonna be a fucking project.
Do you want anyone besides the three of us to know about these things' existence?
We are gonna need, like, okay. We'll take them to Haven. We'll put them in a safe location, right? What next? Are we the three people that are gonna take care of them forever? It's the three of us.
I don't know.
Well,
Uh, I wish we could put him back where they belong.
there's
I mean,
where they belong is gone. Where they belong, they were, all of their parents were killed for their blood, and apparently they were not made extinct because the founders were not as stupid as well. I thought the founders were really stupid for exterminating them and not doing this. But apparently, not quite. They were smart enough to not exterminate them.
okay.
But there's no way to put them back. They need a new home. They need a new.
Oh,
Well, they just need. They're still like children.
yeah. I was just gonna ask for clarification for like, so is the timeline of when they would be attacked of when the Celestials would have been hunting them down? Is that, or is it, no, Archie did it?
So the Nightar apparently went extinct in year 7 or.
A little less than 30 years ago, which would about line up, yeah.
And the oldest one here is 40, so would have been like 10.
Okay. So if it was the Celestials, why, like, if their parents were killed, why weren't they, like,
Because their blood is
no, I get,
priceless.
I get that Archie has them for a reason. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is, if it was the Celestials that did it, that killed
Yeah.
them all, why would they save the kids? Like,
They didn't save the kids. They did this. And how this Archie got his hands on it, I don't know.
huh?
Apparently, this Archie got his hands on a lot of things. Enough teleportation dust to teleport half of this room away.
Only a third.
Only a third. 120 Nightar that are each. I don't know. Each one is probably close to priceless. If it was that fucking easy, or if he was that strong, why didn't he just kill me instantly? Clearly he's not. Something doesn't fully add up here.
Right. Because Archie would have had to get from someone.
Someone. Probably it was the founders who had them. He killed a god. Founders were kind of gods. Right now, our only clue seems to be the list of stuff he needs. So if we can start figuring out where he can get that stuff, we might be able to find him again.
So it looks like they still need 120 soul.
Soul shards is essence crystals?
No, soul shards are shards of souls that have crystallized in the hell.
Okay. I put out, try to track that down. What else do they need?
They need well over 10,000 pounds of diamond dust.
Okay. Not that much.
They've got 240 pounds, 240,000 pounds.
Yeah. And they teleported all of that as well. That would have required like a fuck ton of dust on its own. They only had 45 pounds of dust.
They need plain assault, arcane dust, moonstone, plain assault is just salt from two different planes that have been mixed.
Okay.
And that is it. The rest of the stuff they are full.
And how exactly are they carrying around so much stuff? They got.
Their information doesn't mention.
Well, I mean, they probably best case scenario they got a ton of bags of holding, but that amount of stuff is problem.
That many bags of holding would require more dust to actually transfer.
Exactly. And did I see them having, like when we broke down the wall, having, I don't know, that stuff? So the stuff is somewhere. The notes. From how long has he been collecting? Has she been collecting this?
You would only have the most recent shopping list.
Okay. Does it recent shopping list? Does it mention how much they acquired recently? Because they've been here for 2 years in this spot.
It looks like they've been acquiring a couple £100 every.
How many trips?
It does.
And after the tsunami, which was more than 6 months ago, or about 6 months ago, they haven't went out of the magical forest door. They haven't went to stash it.
You can make that.
I'm making the assumption that the rest is stashed there. Okay. 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 Well, I have some ideas.
What you thinking?
Well, there's like two main avenues. First one is to focus in on stuff they still need, and especially the stuff that is hard to get and they need a lot of. The second one is there probably something has to do with the magical forest. Could try to catch them there.
You
What
said
I
there were
will,
like no tracks in the forest, right?
Yeah.
Like, I would just like fly out and like fly up and see if I could get anything that looked a little out of place in the just see what I could see.
You'd be able to see ruins off in the distance. Looks like some sort of town was destroyed. And there'd be a faint glowing red
How far away?
about 2.
Like, I don't know this place that well. Is there supposed to be a glowing rift in here?
I'm assuming that we're talking about Lawrence.
Shade would.
Well, I would not know. Well, I mean, the town though. Would Shade know the town? Shade's Ian, I think.
Shade can make me a history. Because he has been there once, but it was a month or so after he arrived.
It's been very long ago.
No, he cannot remember.
Okay. Well,
Your luck has been dreadful.
that's whatever. Wasn't high chance of me remembering this. Hmm. Oh, okay. Let's deal with one thing at a time. And we organize the smuggling operation of Naita into Haven.
No.
And
Do you have invisibility?
yeah.
Juliana's suggestion is you send a couple invisible into the town at a time, and then they go.
I'm going to. Well, it's hard to send them like alone because they don't know where to go and they're kind of like children. Is there some?
Follow the bird.
Um,
They can play follow the Birdman into the base.
I was gonna say I
yeah,
have
that works. We can do
blind
that.
sight, so I would be able to figure out where they are.
Okay. Let's do that. We can do a few every day. We're gonna need some trusted people to look after them.
I mean, lore is you.
Juliana's going to ask you, what are these?
Do you really want to know?
That answer concerns her either.
They were sprung up and farmed for their blood for years. They're probably, well, one of the few remaining of their kind.
Yeah.
Absolutely nowhere they'll be safe. Help them.
All right. What were you saying?
I was just gonna say, lore is used to dealing with children. That was gonna be my only
Is law
suggestion.
being brought in?
I mean,
Law, the person with amnesia?
They've got some of their memories back.
And like, I don't trust Law that much. I don't know anything about them.
okay.
No, I mean, they haven't done anything bad, but it's like we haven't been, haven't been having them under the microscope.
Would Yali with the modified memory like be able to tell us anything, or because that's how
About
because that's how she's restoring Laura's memory, right?
who's been able to go and systematically restore singular days at a time.
No, that's all good. But unless anybody objects, I will be assigning some of the clerics who I trust to this. They'll officially be stationed in Haven, but yeah, they will be also rehabilitating the kids. Till we can figure out how to give them a normal life. But just for now, I will inform them that this doesn't go outside the circle of people who know, and unfortunately, that would have to include paladins, just to not have them conflict over their oath to the current ruler and then Exalia. I do not want to see these kids sprung up and bled for resources. Well, just because if it comes to that, I'm going to have to find another country, I suppose. Deal with Darthix. Officially, we'll write this off as healing, not education, to skirt the academy laws. And obviously putting it on the books either. Okay, so we got the smuggling done. I need some spells, but I will invest. We got quite a bit of gold now, right? I'm going to invest gold in sending glyphs. I'm gonna put them all around the magical forest, kind of where the door was, but also like some directions of it, around the ruins of the town, around the rift, and have it warn me if it sees Chi. Well, Archie. How would I word it? I would probably know well enough how to word it.
If it detects
And it will magically know who Chi is, because it's my intention when I cast the spell, correct? Okay. Yeah, that's
as long as you're capable of specifying who it is, it will understand.
okay, good. So I do Chi, and I'll do like a 20-mile radius. Would be a good investment of gold, but needed. And then I guess point 3 is to start by trying to figure out where he might be getting his ingredients, and wait for Nathan Davis to return. I'm gonna calculate how much
Boulder,
gold it is.
Yes.
you'd be the first to notice this, but the grass, something's not quite right with
Grass where?
Ivy, you'd be the second to notice. This is in
Is it like starting around where children are being kept, or is it just all over?
actually. It appears to have started around that.
Is it just the grass is randomly changing color?
Not necessarily, but certain blades of grass are appearing identical to other.
Shade?
Well, let's spend the time investigating that. Any magic? Any way to make a connection? Does Calno know anything about it?
So, Calno,
Heleno's a little confused.
hypothetically, when smuggling children, does grass clone itself?
By Calno, in Calno's experience, a shit pit is created, but
Is the effect like how long would it take for us to get all of the Nitar there? Like, would the effects intensify the more that we brought in?
This would be about a week after they were all brought.
Okay.
With each day, this appears to be becoming more and more intense.
is there any issues with this grass?
Not really, it's just more or less identical. Every single grass plant is identical to every single other.
Is the grass the only?
So far,
All right, so there's a. I was
Okay,
gonna say there's a plane of doubles, but
yeah,
they're opposite,
but this
right?
is also grass. James, does this look like anything like the magical forest?
make me a nature.
I'm going to borrowed knowledge it. Oh.
Yes, though on a much smaller scale
This is
and much, much less intense.
this is just the effect that these creatures have on the nature. The area where they inhabited is all kind of like this. In fact, maybe that a new magical forest is growing here. Calno, mate. Can you try talking with the grass? Can you check if it's a new magical forest or the same magical forest? So they are the source of the magical, or rather, magical forest. What was it? Magical forest protects them. And what was Calno's armor? Armor. What was their deal? Something to do with Nitro as well. Yeah. Bad. I think it was something good. It was something like their former master liked the Night Owl or something. I believe. But I don't. Yeah, it was out of character. Imagine they might have spoken to me about it. We were kind of friends. Anyway, this is not bad. This is not a bad thing. I do believe that that this grass, this magical forest, has the same goal as we do in protecting the night.
The only problem with that is it makes things incredibly noticeable.
It going to get somebody to go around, and once a duplicate grass is born, to remove the original grass. Will that work?
It's less that new. So it's slowly turning the old grass into the.
And the new.
Whenever a grass plant is growing a new leaf, it's just identical to all of the other.
Okay, so it's just that we have now super symmetrical grass and shit. Well, that's okay. We already have like fucking magical farmland downstairs, pouring this cup every month. This city, it's already fucking messed up. Identical grass isn't.
We're already doing the shady shit. Like, what's another thing?
We're already like the drug capital of the fucking country anyway. It's
one of Kellner's new farms. Don't worry about it.
not so many people are that intensely familiar with the magical forest, and I was only able to put it together because I know I have the night hour. How like making this connection without knowing that we have night hour is odd.
Yeah, there's just my only thoughts is there's one other individual who can make that connection,
Would that be
and that
Archie?
Chi.
Chi? Well, if Chi turns up here, I'm gonna be instantly alerted about it. Hopefully.
So that list. How many things can they get here, and how many they need to go to other planes?
Well, yeah.
Mostly just the salt and diamond.
There's not enough diamonds on this plane.
It's the salt and diamonds that they can get on this.
And the rest need to go elsewhere.
Yeah.
So what I want to do is I want to go to this halfling's place, the everything store, and I want to ask them for a favor. I'm gonna give them the redacted shopping list and say, I'm interested in these ingredients, but what I'm more interested is in somebody who's looking for them. Think you can use your connections to find someone? Find that someone? Find who he's buying from?
I can give it a go. What's your budget?
What's it gonna cost me? Do
You're
days.
looking for something rather specific.
That in this case, it kind of makes it easier figuring out who else is looking for something so specific.
Yeah, but we're looking for one person on this entire.
We're basically saying that we need to look at all the dealers of everything and get them to give us information.
Yep, that's going to be quite.
How do you want to do this? Flat rate, daily rate,
Honestly, we might be looking at a blank check right.
mission, blank check. I'm probably gonna have to set a credit limit just in case. I can't really end up owing you the whole town for this. Guys,
Set your limit.
have we calculated how much money we got from the whole thing?
From the temple in the Shadowfell, the mansion there.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe it was in party info that I calculated out how much each player got.
Each should get.
Yep.
Wood, and that's converting everything to gold. Like all the diamonds and shit as well. Or is that just
No, that
splitting
is
the gold?
just the coin.
Okay. Do you want? So I'm already putting forward 10,000 gold to detecting this idiot. And I don't mind just doing that. That's my gold coins. Do you want to put forward any money for this endeavor or not? Or am I sponsoring it? I'm not asking you to do it. I'm just asking if you want to.
Towards the endeavor of tracking down Chi.
Yes.
I have no real investment in that, so probably not.
Sure. Maybe.
He is AFK. Hold on.
Is Yaley being informed about the situation?
How much do we trust yearly? Yearly is sane, but are we actually at this point fully trusting them with things?
I'm back.
Well, they've risked their life for you.
Multiple times so far.
They've also shown to be very profit oriented. Okay.
Cool.
Okay, I'm fine with putting that to a vote.
So is Yaley being informed, people?
Can I?
No.
You don't want to, really? Can I roll something to this? Because like I haven't had a lot of in-character interaction with Yaley. Can I roll something to see what Shade should think about this? Shade.
Shade's not spent much time at all with you.
Alright, so Shade doesn't really know. Not yet, then, at least.
Here's the thing. I trust Yaley to save my life because she might have use for me, not necessarily because her motivation is I want to like save my friend. You know?
Fair enough.
I don't entirely trust that she would have the children's best interests at heart. Can Ivy say that from a place of like, is there a role so that like I don't know, that I feel like that's a little bit of an accurate takeaway? Like, I don't know.
That'd be an insight. You'd be more quite sure on. Maybe there's some layer to her that is not quite like that. From everything you know about her, seems.
Besides Baldrin, I would have had the most interaction with her. So, I don't know. What do you think, Baldy? Spent a year with her in the library, basically.
Yeah, but we were mostly just researching our own topics, and we didn't have much deep, meaningful conversation outside of that. Overall, I would trust Yali, so I would be on board with bringing Yali into this, but I don't feel so strongly about that I'm going to insist upon it.
Okay. I think it might be useful to bring Yali on, so I'm going to passively vet Yali for a bit and see if I can make see if Shade can come to some kind of thoughts on Yali. Because like Shade is a bit confused about Yali on first sight they seem to be very similar with like very similar goal, and then we help Yali and heal them up from their grievous injuries, and then Yali, well, they do help us, but they also kind of doing their own thing. Can't quite put a finger on. So yeah, not yet, James. I will give him. I will ask him. How long does he reckon 100,000? We use Electrum right now, right, James? How long would 100,000 Electrum last him? Give or take.
Couple.
All right. Well, let's do that, and I'll check in a couple of weeks.
Shade?
Hmm?
Within 2 days of that?
Hmm?
You are being informed by one of your paladins that there is a fiend.
Okay, I'll go take a look at the fiend.
They appear to be in some sort of humanoid.
Okay. What are they doing?
They appear to be entering the.
I'm going to go to the gate and greet them.
Hello, I'm here to see Wiki.
Ah, very well. Follow me. It's I'll just take him to the shop.
Okay, they go see Wix and then they leave later. Wix would speak to them.
Yeah, of course. I'm not.
You receive a sending from.
Okay.
So, how are things?
Well, uh, not much has changed on the brow front. Uh, you do have a whole new thing going on.
What?
I would explain the situation to Mom about what's going on with RG and other plane and everything.
So the night hour do continue. That's good. I was hoping for more good news in regards to the.
Ooh.
I would like you to send your apprentice, and then she would give you a link.
Yes, mistress, and I would go do that. Where is this location? Where does she want me to send Lily?
They are trying to get you to send Lily into the. There is a small little town that is being constructed, or that has been constructed.
I would have asked Mom if there was anything I could help Lily with there.
This is not your.
Yes, mistress. Okay. I go tell Lily to prepare because she's going to the desert.
Lily does not like this idea, but if Mab told them, then they will go.
Uh-huh. I'd just say good luck. Let me know what she wants you to do there. She didn't tell me. I wish I could give
She's
you
now
more
very.
guidance. Yeah, I know. I asked if I could come with you. She said no.
Did I do something to her?
It didn't sound like it. I think you're okay. But again, just give me a sending. If not.
Alright, thank you.
Good luck, kiddo. Would I have enough information to like send Lily through a gate, or would I have to try and get somebody to teleport her?
I should have to use the regular teleport.
Okay. I'd ask like Yali to do it.
Yali will get. So, what's everyone doing over the next couple?
I'm unless I'm needed for something, I'm training and I'm also sending Lily ascending like every day, asking how everything's going.
Is this couple of weeks after we got the kids here, and Nathan still hasn't came back? Nathan's supposed to come back in a couple of weeks.
So Nathan will be back at the end of this.
Ah, so he took a bit long.
What
Okay.
what
Or
did
she.
what did the guy say about the
She,
fiend?
Nathan.
Oh,
Wix? Is that his name?
Wix didn't mention anything after.
I mean,
They apparently just needed to work out.
I just make a comment in the shade of like, God, Haven, the fucking place to go if you're weird. Got a mind flayer. We had a fiend visit. I mean, Baldy and I are here. There's also the children. Just it's a fucking town of
don't
misfits.
don't even talk about the children. But Shade for real would.
I would have made the comment like in a place where it wasn't like
Yeah,
out.
I mean, don't just better not even mention them at all. I think Shade would.
They who must not be named.
Yes. Shade would split his time. I guess Shade can like send a shadow clone to give the shadow clone a bit of time away from training to like stay around the kids, and Shade himself will go catch up on any politics that he's missed.
And then I'm going to work on training up my strength score.
Yeah, you'd like to not be a -2 modifier on that.
Mayhaps.
Can he train with Shanrock? Make it go faster.
It's dangerous to train strength with Shadrach.
It's also very dangerous to have a strength score of 6.
That is true. But you see, when you train,
The question is, which is more dangerous?
yeah, Shadrach might just break you in half.
Nah,
Like a kid.
I've got some constitution.
Just trying to, hey, I lift this, and it squashed. That's what I think would happen anyway.
Here, catch. Instant maximum encumbrance.
I was just thinking like he would take him through like his what is it, P90X workout or something.
Right. So what's up with the politics in Anexalia post flood?
People are trying to figure out what they should do with a lot of the people. There are people being forced all over the place. Even Haven's had to take on a bunch of people.
And not enough.
And they're at maximum
Not
capacity.
really enough food, right?
Yeah, food's been quite a bit of.
The food source in that dude's place, the magical food. Can we reverse engineer that? Is that useful?
It appears to use spell slots to create.
Like more efficiently than normal create food and water? Okay, so it's basically useless. What's the point? Okay.
It is create food and water, but without having to prepare.
Right. Well, I guess we can give it to somebody, to some wizard who wants to use his spell slots to create food and water. Oh, actually, I suppose if they want to do that, we can give it to somebody else.
The device has to be powered by Night Hub.
Yeah, we're not doing that. I'm destroying that thing. With magical? Good.
Type 2.
Okay, I'll take the essence. I don't know.
Roll the D.
Why?
Well, sorry.
Before the level for the crafter level. Average.
What?
Below average.
625 XP.
That was certainly not that much worth it. Okay, now we do have the farm creation device that's really, or artifact that would really help everyone, but it's once a month. And until we fix up Haven fully, I'm not gonna bring it up.
So, it has officially become illegal to leave Annexalia.
Wasn't it already illegal to leave in
Under-
Australia?
Well, now it's penalty of
And it was penalty of what?
incarceration.
Now it's straight.
Well,
straight up
if
there?
you left Annexalia, it was penalty of incarceration. If you actually left Annexalia, it was penalty of. Now, attempting to is now penalty.
Okay, and are people still trying to leave?
Some people,
Why? Like a fuck ton of people just came.
they're stuck.
Why don't come then?
For every 100 people that came, there's now one trying to.
And then they're getting executed. That's just dumb. Can't protect people from their own stupidity.
That's right.
But is there anything we seem to be able to do to help with the food situation?
Not really. Haven's already kind of taxed it.
Yeah. Okay.
You guys are doing your best.
Wonder. What else could we? What else is in the politics? Maybe related to my church, more specifically, or to me.
Your church is the main chain.
Okay. We know.
It should now be knowledge and light.
Perfect. I'm gonna go to the Celestial Crafting store and get them to make me adamantine heavy plate of as high quality as they can. Well, probably +4 or +5.
There'll be a 4-month wait.
Why?
They've got to get it specifically crafted for.
Yeah, but no. Wouldn't they want to hurry it up for shade?
Depends, are you going to pay it? You double the price, they'll get it done in.
How much do they want for it in a week?
Cheaper than it's actually.
I would expect so from one. Excellent crafter, absolutely useless businessman.
$2,011.
Yes. Do it. Okay. That's done. That's done. But what about?
Older.
Okay, come. Sorry.
Yes.
You see an.
Interesting.
It is some sort of prism.
I like how
Inside of that prism, you can see the belt itself.
Okay.
and then the projection fades.
That's different. Astral projection onto the material plane is strange.
Oh, how's Zelo
Did
doing?
Lilo has still been looking for their.
did the
They've gotta be close now.
did the stones react at all when this astral projection happened?
Yeah.
How so?
They became warm and active.
Okay, so they become active again when the belt is near?
They remain active even on.
Ooh.
Baldy comes. I fixed my rock.
Both my rocks.
Alright, Shade, what were you saying?
How's the political situation around my church?
It's a little rough with the adventuring stuff, but considering all the good your church has been doing, they've got quite a decent reputation. Even though everyone seems to be putting a little bit of blame on them
Or what?
for enforcing other rules of.
Yeah, but
It's not really all that much of a negative reputation. It's just well,
well, what do they want us to do? Like, who is not fucking enforcing the rules of this nation at this point? Um, okay, and in terms of meetings with Zathics, which I think I might have missed
most meetings have been
3 years
most
with meetings with him.
most meetings have been put on hold since the tsunami.
Okay.
There was one, but we've gone over that one. The others, he's just been far too busy.
Okay,
There's just so many more people that he's got to deal
that's fine. Okay, well, I'll spend some time mingling with nobles and perhaps getting somebody to sponsor me a church in one more city or something.
with. Ivy, can you make me a wisdom save?
Do I know why?
You do. This is from a magical. Okay, do you have advantage on this from me?
Oh,
Right. About an hour later, someone comes up to you. It is Nathan Diaz. Oh, sorry, couldn't describe the other.
hello.
Oh.
Shade?
Do you know where Shade is and the other?
I would send him to send her to Shade's office, and I'd get Baldy because
It's yeah.
that would
Alright.
be my best guess as to where Shade is. So I'd go. You can check for him there. I'm gonna get Baldy, and I'll meet you there.
Alright. Well, whenever I meet with Nathan, probably going to be in the evening or something because I'm probably out of Haven.
when you get, they're going to ask how things are. Do you have much?
Had some luck. I would. Are you warded from compulsion?
No.
Do you mind we talk under Zone of Truth? That way,
Sure, go ahead.
that way you will also know that I'm not lying to you. I'll do the thing and I'll wait a bit. Because after a few times, I'm sure that he's gonna fail. And I'm gonna say, right, so I only have one question. What is your personal gain from killing Archie? I need to know this before I can work with you.
They look kind of relieved when you ask. Oh, that? Sure. I stand to gain two things from Archie being. Firstly, favour with the council. And secondly, Archie being.
Alright, because Archie is on my kill list. Unfortunately, I'm currently looking for him. It's a paladin thing.
Stabby stab vampires.
Not quite, but something of the sort. Wouldn't have had a problem if it was just a vampire. I'm alright. Well,
I assume Baldwin and Ivy would be here for this conversation.
we are
Yeah.
currently looking. I managed to track him down, but fortunately, he had an escape prepared. And when things started going south for him, he fled.
Yeah, she can be a bit of a pain.
She fled.
Surprised they didn't stay and fight you.
She did threaten. Might have done a bit of intimidation. Maybe I shouldn't have. Yeah.
She did say she killed the god. What was that about?
Oh yes, she killed the god. Do you know, by the way? Which god?
What god?
I wouldn't know.
Didn't specify.
Yeah. In any case,
Interesting.
I'm not sure that was true. Well, suppose she could have been lying about being warded from this. And I didn't really try. It's my mistake. Don't use the spell.
People tend to make mistakes from time to time.
Don't use the spell very often. Only in situations when it's really necessary. I'm gonna drop it now.
Before she drops it, I look at Baldy and I'm like, your head feathers are looking a little rough. And that way you know what I'm saying is.
Okay.
Wow.
So basically, the clue that we have going for us is we know which ingredients she still needs for a spell. And I have someone looking into fires.
Oh, that's all.
So we might come up with a lead that way. The other, and I have set up some spells that might alert me about their location if they are where I expect them to be. But that's about all we have going right now. Did you learn anything about the orcs on your plane?
Aye. So apparently there were good orcs, and then the bad orcs happened, or something. Anyway, apparently there's some sort of fight thing, and last one standing is what about.
So bad orcs invaded, essentially.
From the sounds of things,
Now, clearly, does the timeline match for the disbalance?
not from what I could.
Oh. How long ago did that happen?
First few years of you playing.
But that's a
Which is kind of strange. Based on the knowledge I was going off of, that should have caused the destabilizing, so I'm not sure why.
Are we sure that it didn't?
Maybe it did, and it just didn't become detectable until much later.
Because um, yeah, I still don't know that they arrived at a different time. Shit.
I have a question.
Go on.
Who would be helping Archie? Because she's not doing this alone, right? So like,
Hmm.
who would be helping her? Because
From my understanding, both the rail of this world and the rail of the other world were helping.
Rail of this world was helping them.
But that was nearly 10 years ago.
10 years ago. 10 years ago, the Archie of this world was here. How did they both coexist?
One's a vampire, one.
The vampire doesn't have a soul. That.
Quite creative, if you ask.
And why exactly was the rail of this world helping them? Because they said that they're gonna bring the good people here?
They shrug. I have no idea.
Well, do I know enough of
Just providing you the information that I know.
do I know enough about rail to make that seem like it's a plausible way to get rail to
Make me
help?
a religion check. Rail has also been missing for years.
Yes. But that was 10 years ago. And I'm asking, does it make sense?
That potentially, helping the good people could potentially be justification for. Her thought processes aren't as well known as Archie's and Nathan, with Archie's being known even better than.
Who could speak to Vulpes? Pain in the ass to get there. You don't have a Vulpes?
No. Why? Are they a slot?
Yeah.
Who they run?
Do I know? Can I find out?
You have any Vulpes? No, you.
Probably not very much hidden knowledge in the library. I'd imagine that's open knowledge. At least approximately. It's bound to be somebody cataloging the new Celestials in Celestial City.
The issue is they didn't go to the Celestial and the Celestial archives for it were destroyed.
Yeah, but wouldn't somebody put a copy in the library anyway?
Yes, they would.
And they went to the Celestial City not straight away, but they still went together as a group after the mishap. So they would still be the same group.
Only 2 of them registered at the time.
Okay, and who was that? Pretty sure Vulpes registered.
Vulpes was one of them.
Is it Rail?
Rail was also
Yep. Vulpes arrived with Rail.
you would not.
Yeah, would look it up. And can we look it up then? Can we just time skip to us taking a little trip to the library, looking it up, and going back to the conversation?
Okay, that is information relating to gods, so that is 8th tier information.
Ah. Why is it related to gods? Ah, because it's Rail.
Both of them became gods.
So now it's classified. So now we can't look it up. Fuck. So they like redacted it from the book when it was not about gods. And find everybody else. Okay.
Nathan Deus also cannot be.
Okay. We don't know. Well, we don't really know. And it's very tricky to ask them. At this point, would I have a good enough knowledge of how the gates work?
Which gate?
Divine gates. The archways.
I believe you've been there.
Yeah.
So you're somewhat aware of how it works.
Would I be somewhat aware that Vulpes would call out to somebody who is okay, self-centered and pragmatic? No. Okay. Tricky. Would I have heard from Vulpes that they used to contact Vecna with a special spell? I had their spell book.
Actually, yes, Vulpes did tell you.
Yeah, because I asked how to contact gods and I tried it. What if I use the same spell and try to contact Vulpes because they're in Vecna's place? Still work?
You do not.
I'm gonna try. Contact. Was it contact other plane? Okay, try that.
We hear Vecna.
Oh. I was hoping to reach Vulpes. How are you doing?
I am fine. Why do you need to seek Vulpes?
Oh, I just wanted to ask a question if who they arrived with. That's it.
Archo, Rail, Vulpes, and who was the last one? Shadow.
Oh, thank you very much. I hope you're having a good time. I'm planning to start preparations
Yeah.
soon. Okay. I tell them it was Vulpes, Rail, Archo, and Shadow, also known as Light.
Oh, so Rail probably ate.
Rail ate those they arrived with. Nice.
Full on
Meta. So basically, Rail killed the holiest person that could have possibly been in that world.
Who's that?
Anti-Volpes.
Yeah, opposite Volpes.
Okay. So Rail ate them. Fine. That doesn't really help us much. But it explains why you don't know them. Okay. Do we have anything else to go on? Let's maybe check in with Wix, see if he's got anything yet. It's been a couple of weeks and we agreed to touch base at this point.
you all goes the way. Good. So far, not a great deal of. There's been several purchases, but no mass purchases of those components.
They have been buying piecemeal, about £200 at a time, I believe.
That's going to make it a lot harder to track if they're buying it in small quantities.
Standable. But if we have the list of purchases, I could potentially go and check up on them. I guess.
What I mean is, we're going to have to open it up to every store and market that there. We can't just do for larger scale markets or larger stores that can actually handle the bulk purchase. So that takes it from a few thousand locations to tens, if not hundreds of thousands of locations.
Last time they picked a location that apparently had access to several cities that could provide them with the needed goods. It's possible they will look for a similar location this time.
Alright, I'll look in.
Going to expand him by another 200,000.
I'll keep them going for.
Right. Well,
180,000. Just mark off 180,000 because that's one.
it's okay. He can have a tip. We're gonna go and well, Nathan, it looks like you might want to try to think of something else while we're at it.
How much money do you have to keep throwing at this? Fine if you don't want to tell.
I have some, but it's a bit of a matter of principle at this point. Of money. If you have a good suggestion, I could potentially throw a lot.
How common are vampires?
Quite fucking common.
They were reasonable. They were quite common from year 20 to year 24. There was an entire area where there was a dome that sealed them. Now they're substantially less common, but still more common than they were 3 years. In the Feywild, they're pretty much undead, and the Feywild just don't go.
How, like, is there any of like Archie's habits or something that you could like clue us in on? If because she's gathering all of these, like, is there a location that of where she would like this is ideal? Know her fairly well, right?
I was just thinking, if you've got enough money, you could make an offering to either a devil, a demon, or something. Trade the coin for the information. They might be able to throw enough magic behind whatever they need to do to detect. I shall quickly.
Devils.
Yali does. Wix probably also does.
Probably do it before. I
Let's
want my Valis back.
let's see if what I think Wix probably knows a little bit about this. Let's ask them what they think.
Did you ever find Yali's double?
So far, no. It's just a little difficult to find someone without a.
So let's try asking Wix how much it might cost to just buy the information from one of his contacts. We have a Wix. Considering this avenue is really difficult, we also have an item that might help us scry this person, but it's 9th level magic isn't enough to get through. Do you think that would be a viable alternative?
Well, we could get it thrown all the way through to the.
How much does that cost?
Well, for the very top, it will be 15 million.
Gold or electrum?
Like-
That's a bit my pocket right now.
That's fine. Couple steps down, we're probably looking at close to 2 million.
Electrum.
That's still a bit of an issue. We can go 2 more steps down and we can do it for 500,000.
What kind of levels are we talking at 500,000?
11th, 12th level?
Hmm. I suppose it would be smart money to start with that, and if it doesn't work, go up, because at that point it's only 25% extra. 50,000 gold deducted.
Okay. Give me 2 months. They will be here.
Fair enough. Once. Let's keep the feelers out for the big buys, because I want to make sure that they don't undercut. Just
I'll keep it out on the big. That's going to be 360k for those 2 months.
I already handed over for the 1 month,
The next month.
so we need another.
I just want to let you know the total.
Yeah. So subtract another 1,000 gold, and that's it. I go half my gold down the drain.
So the trail of this plane and the one you're playing, both helping Archie, they exist on the same.
They shouldn't be able.
And how long ago was this plane?
Like year 30? So 6, 7.
No. It's just,
Speculation is useful. What do you?
well, I'm just, if they're opposites of each other, right? Like, is there one that's like more decent than the other? Which one is it? Did the other one just murder the one and they're just helping Archie chaos?
One is way, way, way worse than the
Which one's way worse? One from
one from my. They actually have a look of PTSD on.
if Archie was your apprentice, how did you become a cleric of Rail? Like, the hell?
Rail decided they wanted an apprentice and that they wanted. Then they were their apprentice.
So you're gonna gain favor with the council here of this, right? Is the council willing to throw more than just you at this problem? Like, I don't know, money or contacts or anything else?
Oh, we have no idea what actually happens to items and stuff that remains in these realms long term and what affects it. Some of the Celestials are concerned about some sort of antimatter reaction. All I heard was Big Boom. We've got no idea what's going to happen, but that's just been one of their.
I mean, if the people are here long, right? Is it all that much different?
I've no.
Or
I wouldn't think so, but that's more their call than.
well, if that's the concern, wouldn't us going there also be a bad idea then? Oh, good.
Me being here is not a great idea, but it's doing as little damage as possible to fix the problem before someone blows.
Well, guess we reconvene once we have some information because there's much to go.
I guess.
Yep.
Sorry if I'm not of more.
It's okay. The good news is when they fled, they were significantly slowed down.
That is good.
Hoping that we have time.
But I would say like it like if you are so everything is a mirror, right? So they would know basically like all of the like big cities and stuff like that, right? So
Apart from
I
things
would
that
just
didn't actually happen.
uh I would just ask like if you look at a map and like point to a few places where Archie might hold up. I'm not asking for this is where they are, just something.
Sure. They point to where there's a crater on the map. You know where you went to do the Temple of Elemental Evil, and there was a giant.
Uh-huh.
They point to there and they say, that's where their castle is. Or, well, Rail's castle is.
How
Okay.
long ago did Archie come here?
10-ish years ago?
But we dealt with the temple not that long ago. That was infested by orcs. We could probably not there.
Anywhere else jumps out at you?
They point to Justice. This is where I met them. But in my world, there's no one left there.
What's
Happened.
justice?
It was a small town called Justice, but it was quite severely damaged by the. Where? Justice is a small town.
I don't remember. Oh. I mean, I point to the map where Lorenz is. What about here? What's here?
There's was a small town there. Zarfix actually led that area. Didn't last very long, but I think it's a camp? I think that's the area that people are being
People being held? What people?
blood sacrifice.
Blood sacrifice? What?
Just casually throw in blood sacrifices to the conversation. Blood sacrifices for what?
Hold on to that question. I'll ask the council if it's okay if I.
Okay.
The council is who just killed your founders.
I am not allowed to answer.
If it's true at this point, does it really matter?
I am not allowed to answer.
All right, so we're just gonna assume that until we're told something different.
Understood.
Go back.
I apologize for any inconvenience that.
Go back and tell your council that we should probably know a little bit of a fuller picture. Seeing as we're helping. I mean, what harm is it? We're on the other world, right?
How important do you think this information is to your chance of success?
I shake my head.
Who knows? I mean, more info certainly doesn't hurt, but whatever. I guess it later we'll bring it up again. Fair enough, Shay.
Sure.
Very well, I'll
This-
try to have an answer for you.
At this point, even if they're doing something that I don't agree with, I still want to kill Archie, so not super relevant for me.
Very well. Is there anything else I can assist?
Get back to us if you have anything, any more info. If you manage to find their location, get clues, because maybe you don't have to spend such a fortune.
I'll come back if I come across it.
And you told me that the female shade is a evil creature. Do you mind telling a little more about that.
I would be watching and inciting the hell out of this to see if there's any signs of lying.
From what we've been able to gather, they seem to lead some sort of warband as part of an army.
Mhm. Makes sense.
They seem to be focused around conquering things.
Does he have a name, or she have a name for the warband?
Yes, actually, where was that? The Coming Dark.
That's not
Mm.
ominous at all.
Fair enough. And see how that might be the opposite. Well,
They look at you and smile. From what I could tell, there's no orcs in.
She has that going
yet.
for her. So she's leading the coming darkness and conquering things. Does she have a bunch of clerics and paladins following her?
Not really. There are barbarians, but not really.
Zealots?
Yeah,
That makes sense. I imagine they don't treat the conquered nicely, do
not.
checks out.
Would you like any information passed on? Not that you need to. It's just it's not the first time that we've been asked.
Well, asked you to do that.
I cannot answer that.
Nice.
Probably rail.
I just imagine every time that I ask a question, it's like that information is classified.
No, it's okay, I think. Well,
We don't want to give her any warning, right?
no. I think she would have a very good idea of what I am about.
Part of me is a little sad that I don't have a double, and then I think that's probably a good thing.
Right, let's that's it for me from questions wise.
Yeah. How easy is it gonna be to kill Lady Shane?
I didn't really look into it. Council just said that they'd get it done if you needed it.
But only needed then I was to venture to your plane to fight the orcs. Well, the bad orcs, since you don't have any good ones left anyway. So I don't know if it's worth disturbing the balance for my peace of mind.
Very well.
I guess if I have a random spell come on me for the next like 2 months, expect your visit.
Sure.
I mean, that's how I felt it, right? It was just like, oh, there's a spell targeting me.
Not really.
Okay. She can't scry you shade, so she did me. That's
Understandable.
all.
It's pretty challenging to scry me. And thank the orcs for that. Okay,
See you next time.
keep a bit.
So, then 2 months.
How are our little magical children doing?
A lot of them are adapting to the trauma of missing so much of their and coming to grips with what that actually. The main thing for a lot of them is that their families are,
Now, well,
and they're very distraught of.
therapy. Lots and lots of therapy.
Yeah. Is Elo? Have we heard a peep from him?
They've checked in from time to time, but they've not been having a great deal of. Things have not been going their way.
Uh, what's Lily been doing in the desert?
They are not actually allowed to tell you. All they're allowed to tell you is that Map has given them a.
But was there any big purchases in the last 2 months or any patterns that we spot? Okay. Keep that in mind. Well, okay. I guess would we have any time to try to check that lead before we pay the demon, or is that already gone? Was that already paid? Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Wix asks you to come to this.
Yep. So there's two.
There is a lady bound to a chair.
Okay.
This is in the back of this.
This
Are we all there, or
absolutely
is it just
necessary.
Shane?
All-
Cool.
This is going to be General Alexis's
Ah,
the woman is trying to break.
and they did not. I'm assuming they did not consent to this.
They sold this.
They sold their soul. Why exactly are they trying to break free then?
They didn't think we'd cash in so. They take out a small black and red coin, which seems to be smoke,
I can't.
and then they go over to the.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I can't
what?
really help if they sold their soul. Can I?
They go over. They force the person's head back, and then they cast Hold Person. They then insert the coins into their mouth until they have inserted 30 of them, and that's when their body catches.
Oh, you see the most horrifying shit in this town.
I don't know.
Hello? Is it a demon or a devil? Hello, devil.
Hello.
Which one of you is here to hire my services?
I believe that would be me.
Well, what currency shall you be paying?
Coin?
Well, lay it before.
I'm assuming it's prepared because I marked it off.
Once that's done, what is your request?
I wish to find the location of the individual Archie from plane materia named Chi on this plane. This item belongs to them.
Main material.
I was quite surprised myself when that there's a plane materia.
They close their eyes for a moment.
I believe that right now they're on this plane.
I see. Plane material is a temporary plane. The result of some large-scale spell. Alright, and you're saying that they are currently on this plane?
I believe so. The vampire.
Very well.
The wards prevent divination of 9th level magic, but we're able to test anything by it. Services.
You have an object
Yes,
regarding.
I hand over the object.
Right. She walks over and takes the object. She uses it to cut her hand, and she starts drawing sigils on the.
It's just like
After she has formed a circle, she tosses the object into it, and it lights up as a. The object is instantly incinerated, and the flame inferno reaches the sea.
Okay.
Speak then.
Archie.
The name you know them by.
Archie.
She is going to make a charisma saving. They're going to spend an inspiration.
We're going to spend a negate. Oh, actually, never mind.
They got a now.
Never mind.
The flames die down, and there is now bars made of hellfire. They appear to be locked in the.
Oh,
450,000 gold was.
much?
450,000.
That's more than.
Sorry, 450,000 electron.
Ah, okay. Ah,
This is of the 500,000 that was put aside.
that's.
When you explained it to them, they realized that you were talking about divination wards, not control.
Yes, correct. So they managed to do something easy. I just summon them here. Oh. Well, thank you very much.
Would you like the hellfire cage to be released?
And they would be here.
Indeed.
Um,
Alternatively, I can have them incinerated. They are a soulless vessel after.
incinerated works.
Yeah, that seems. Yep.
Right? They close their hand, and this hellfire cage closes in on them, and with a look of horror on their face, they are destroyed.
That was a really bad
Le-
nat one,
At
buddy.
least, at least we managed to kill one Archie.
They've got no method of getting out of that cage. Divine intervention doesn't work for them while they're on this planet. They've got no 8th or 9th level spell slots. They're
So is it done then? Or like, uh, you wouldn't
Well,
happen to know where you summoned them from, right?
I can gather that information if you.
that would be very much
Mm,
appreciated.
how much is
Sure.
that gonna cost?
Twice what you just.
I did pay for his location
Their location is here. They point to the pile.
very well. I'm going to look at the other two. I'm going to say, well, I do need that information. Don't wish to participate. I shall pay myself. Just, is there a big enough box to empty my fucking bag?
It's mostly just on the floor.
I just
A devil will only take what's agreed upon.
fair enough. 100,000 gold then.
Very well.
Dude, you're fucking.
Now I'm not. That was literally all my gold. I got 650 left.
How about this? How about this? I will give you some for my stash. I'll figure out how much later, but you won't be destitute.
I mean, I have other currency.
He's just out of US dollar. He's still a billionaire in Chinese
I
dollar.
still have bitcoins. Okay.
Oh no! Out of Tesla.
You have some Dogecoin.
All the Doge.
All right. She starts bleeding from her hand as she holds it out, and a map begins to form on the ground, staining the tile. You notice that it's not from her. Well, the blood that's coming out of her hand does not match her. To put it. So it's like she's summoning this blood from somewhere.
There's somebody
Oh, does it look
suffering
like
from
Naita blood?
loss.
It does not look like night,
Yeah.
and no one here is suffering the effects of blood.
No, I would just ask because, like, obviously, when it started forming, it was like there's more blood than what's coming out, right? I would just ask her. I would just go, "Is there somebody suffering from sudden blood loss out there somewhere?"
Yes.
And
After the map has formed, you then see her point out the location. There.
I believe we will need to get going.
I will study that map and memorize it just so I know exactly the location.
Most of the map burns away except for that section. And 900,000 of the Electrum vanish.
Because that's the cost of the spell?
Yep. Well, that's what she asked.
Ah,
Twice what she just, what you just paid her, and that was 450,000 before.
okay.
So you've got 100,000 left.
So I get 100,000. I then get 10,000 gold back. And I get a bit more back
I
from the
believe this
previous
concludes
coin.
our business. Or does anyone else have any requests?
nope, I think I've learned not to make deals with devils.
As long as you don't sell your soul, it's not that bad, I suppose.
We are prohibited from accepting face.
Oh, I wouldn't have offered that anyway. That belongs to Mob.
And I've had too much experience making deals with Fae that I'm a little careful about making deals with them and devils.
Very well, so be it.
Thank you, though. Thanks for your help.
Shade. 2 sigils burn into your palm. Into the back of your hand.
And what is that?
It's just a symbol of the 2 deals that you've.
Okay. So it's like a marked for that I made deals.
Where on the map are we going? Like, I know we're going to the place, but like, where was she?
So Chi was just north of. I know the location, but I don't remember. So in the Forest of the Dead, there is a small temple that had been cleared.
Forest.
They had set up that area as their.
They cleared out an area in the Forest of the Dead. Why are they so powerful? Yeah, well, but still, like, where do they get all the money? Powerful people help me get it.
Well, there's only one we know about for sure. Is Rail like able to do that by themselves?
Not by themselves.
Rail tried to do something like that, and it failed
Oh
horribly.
yeah, it was terrible for her. But okay. Well, we go there and we rescue the children, and we.
You're able to get the night and you can find their bags of holding. They've actually got an entire station that is their container of...
Okay.
It's a full-on demi...
Alright. And we get all of their loot. All of the things they've been collecting for this dumb spell. And do we get the spell?
The scroll,
Okay, can I read the scroll?
as well as, I believe, 2 epic seeds.
Oh, yes.
What are those?
They are used to construct epic...
Once. That is the good stuff.
Some...
Sense. Location?
and reveal.
Reveal, yes. Oh, yes, reveal is the one I needed. Oh, I can make an epic spell now that's going to find an orc and summon it to us. And just cast that whenever we feel like it.
Were the other 40 night art, were they also just like children? Like, was the
Is there
so
is there any
fucked.
clue to who was funding this operation? Church of Deus has been funding this operation. Church of Deus has been using Night children mana batteries. I'm gonna collect that evidence. And I'm going to be off. Well, where has he been withdrawing funds from?
The Lorenz vault.
And they were just like giving them the money because he's Archideus?
Because they had approval from... Well, Rail had specified who they were once. Sorry, not Lorenz Vault, Justice's.
Justice is fucked. Oh no, Justice
No,
not fucked.
Lorenz is destroyed, Justice is the one that's fine.
Okay, so Rail 10 years ago gave approval for them to take money, and they have been just taking money. Even though Rail's gone. Nobody bothered to ask why they're taking so much money.
Have you seen the Church of...
I didn't know they had infinite money.
They...
Well, yeah, of course, because he spent it. She spent it all.
There is a very good reason why the Church is constantly broke.
Fuck, I just...
They've always got someone siphoning off. It's either Varus, Kel, Nathan paying off other people's debts, Rail building a city, or this person spending...
So, I just helped the Church of Deus, is what you're saying. Fuck. But I'm still going to...
But you've got a crap ton of diamond dust and...
yeah, technically I just robbed the Church of Deus as well, so... Yes. Okay, but I'm still gonna make sure I have good kind of documented evidence that this is an operation run by the Church of Deus.
We take pictures of everything.
Yep, because if shit goes down, I'm pinning it on them.
There.
Uh
That is where we can